Journal entry 17. 15th of June, 1895. As I sit in my study this warm midsummer evening, the last golden rays of sunlight streaming through my window and illuminating the dust motes that dance in the air like tiny spirits, I find myself compelled to record what may well be the gentlest mystery Holmes and I ever encountered. One where a letter arrived bearing no address within its folds, carrying only the faint, ephemeral scent of lilacs, and where that fragile perfume would prove to be the single thread connecting two lonely hearts across the vastness of London. Little did we know, when that cream-coloured envelope first appeared upon our breakfast table, that this case would teach me more about the architecture of human memory and the quiet endurance of love than all the dramatic crimes and sensational murders we had previously investigated combined. The peculiarity of it haunts me still, in the most pleasant way imaginable. How something so delicate, a scent that might dissipate with a careless breath, a letter that found its way to the wrong address, could contain within it an entire story of devotion, loss, and the small rituals that keep us tethered to those we have loved and lost. Holmes, with his remarkable faculty for treating all problems as merely intellectual exercises, saw immediately what I, in my more romantic sensibilities, took far longer to comprehend. That sometimes the smallest mysteries hold the largest truths about what it means to be human. But I race ahead of myself, as I so often do when the emotions of a case still colour my recollection. Let me return to that Tuesday evening in June, when summer had settled over London like a warm blanket, and the city seemed to slow its perpetual rushing for just a moment to catch its breath. Mrs. Hudson had opened all the windows at 221B Baker Street, allowing what little breeze existed to circulate through our rooms, though it did precious little to alleviate the pleasant lethargy that warm weather always induces in me. Holmes had spent the better part of the afternoon in what I had come to recognize as one of his contemplative moods. Neither the manic energy of active investigation nor the dangerous ennui of enforced idleness, but rather a middle state where his remarkable mind seemed to tick over at a steady, measured pace. He had positioned himself in his favourite chair, fingers steepled beneath his chin, eyes half closed, and had remained thus for nearly 2 hours. I knew better than to disturb him during these periods. Experience had taught me that Holmes's mind was never truly at rest, and what appeared to be vacant meditation was often the most productive work his brain could perform. For my part, I had been attempting to organize the notes from our previous case, the affair of the Berkshire banker, which I hoped to write up for publication once a sufficient interval had passed. My medical practice had been light that day, with only Mrs. Pemberton's persistent cough requiring my attention in the morning, and I had returned to Baker Street feeling pleasantly purposeless, content to spend an evening in companionable silence with my friend. It was, perhaps, 6:30 when Mrs. Hudson's familiar tread upon the stairs announced her arrival with the evening post. She entered bearing a small silver tray, upon which rested 3 letters and 1 newspaper, folded with that peculiar precision that only our long-suffering landlady could achieve. "The evening delivery, Mr. Holmes," she announced, setting the tray upon the table beside him. "And Dr. Watson, I've taken the liberty of preparing a cold supper for later. It seemed too warm for anything more substantial." "You are a treasure beyond price, Mrs. Hudson," I replied with genuine warmth, and was rewarded with one of her rare approving smiles before she withdrew. Holmes stirred from his reverie, reaching for the letters with the languid grace of a cat rousing itself from sleep. He examined each envelope briefly, discarding two as obviously mundane correspondence. I could see they were bills from the grocer and the chemist, and setting aside the newspaper without even glancing at its headline. But the third envelope arrested his attention entirely. It was unremarkable at first glance. Cream-coloured paper of decent quality, though not expensive, with Holmes's name and our Baker Street address written in a clear, educated hand. The postmark indicated it had been sent from somewhere in South Kensington that very morning. What made Holmes pause, however, was not anything immediately visible. He held the envelope to his nose and inhaled deeply, his grey eyes suddenly alert with that unmistakable gleam that indicated his interest had been piqued. "Watson," he said, his voice carrying that particular note of subdued excitement I had learned to recognize. "Would you be so kind as to examine this envelope and tell me what you observe?" I rose from my chair and crossed to him, taking the proffered letter with the careful attention I might have given to examining a patient's symptoms. The envelope felt entirely ordinary in my hands. The paper was smooth, perhaps slightly textured, and bore no distinguishing marks beyond the address and postmark. I turned it over, noting the wax seal on the reverse had been broken, presumably by Holmes himself. "I confess I see nothing particularly unusual," I admitted. "The handwriting is neat, the paper respectable but common. The seal appears to have been—" "Smell it, my dear fellow," Holmes interrupted gently. "Close your eyes if it helps, and simply breathe in what the envelope has to tell you." Feeling somewhat foolish, but trusting in Holmes's methods, I did as he suggested. I raised the envelope to my nose, closed my eyes, and inhaled slowly. And there, beneath the ordinary paper smell, beneath even the faint scent of sealing wax, I detected something else, something floral and sweet and achingly nostalgic. "Lilacs," I said, opening my eyes in surprise. "I smell lilacs, though very faintly." "Excellent," Holmes exclaimed, and I felt the small glow of pleasure that his approval always kindled in me, even after all our years of association. "And what does that observation tell you about the letter's sender, or its journey?" I considered the question, turning the envelope over in my hands once more. That it was perhaps stored near lilacs, or that the sender has been in proximity to the flowers. Though it seems late in the season for lilacs, they typically bloom in May, and we're well into June now. "Precisely observed about the season," Holmes said, taking back the envelope and examining it with renewed interest, "which makes the presence of the scent all the more intriguing. But now, Watson, observe the most curious detail of all." He opened the envelope with careful fingers and withdrew. Nothing. Or rather, he withdrew a sheet of paper, but when he unfolded it, we both saw that it was entirely blank. No message, no letter, no communication of any kind. Simply a pristine sheet of cream-coloured paper that matched the envelope, bearing the same faint perfume of lilacs. "Good heavens," I murmured, taking the paper from Holmes and examining both sides in the fading sunlight. "It's completely blank. Perhaps the sender forgot to include the actual letter?" "Perhaps," Holmes said, though his tone suggested he found this explanation insufficient. "Or perhaps the letter itself is the message, and we simply haven't learned to read it yet. Tell me, Watson, what is the first association that comes to your mind when you smell lilacs?" The question caught me off guard, as Holmes's inquiries so often did. I closed my eyes again, breathing in the faint scent, and allowed my mind to drift where it would. Immediately I was transported, not to any specific moment, but to a feeling, a season, a sense of something both beautiful and melancholy. Spring, I said slowly, feeling my way through the memory. But more than that, renewal, perhaps, hope. My mother grew lilacs in our garden when I was a boy. She would cut great armfuls of them and fill the house with their scent. It always meant winter was truly over, that warmth had returned to the world. I opened my eyes to find Holmes watching me with an expression of unusual gentleness. "You see," he said quietly, "this is why I value your collaboration so highly, Watson. Where I might analyze the chemical composition of the scent, you understand its emotional resonance. Both perspectives are necessary." I felt myself flush slightly at this unexpected compliment. Holmes was sparing with his praise, and when it came, it struck deep. "But what does it mean?" I asked, returning to the practical matter at hand. "Why would someone send you an envelope containing nothing but blank paper and the scent of flowers?" "Ah, now there you touch upon the central question," Holmes said, rising from his chair and beginning that restless pacing which indicated his mind had fully engaged with a problem. Is it intentional or accidental? Is the scent a clue deliberately left, or merely an incidental detail? And most crucially, is this letter meant for me at all, or has it perhaps gone astray? He stopped at the window, gazing out at Baker Street below, where the evening crowds were beginning to thin as people returned to their homes for supper. The warm light cast his profile in sharp relief, and I was struck, as I so often was, by the intensity of his focus, the way his entire being could concentrate upon a single problem to the exclusion of all else. "Consider the evidence," he continued, turning back to face me. "The envelope is addressed to me correctly. My name, our address, all properly rendered in a hand that shows education and care. The postmark indicates South Kensington. The paper is of decent quality, but not distinctive. The seal was properly applied. In every way, this appears to be a letter that was meant to be sent, and yet the contents are blank." "Perhaps it's a prank," I suggested, though even as I spoke the words, they felt wrong. There was something too genuine about the whole affair, too carefully done, to be mere mischief. "Possible, but unlikely," Holmes agreed. "The postage alone represents a small expense, and the effort of addressing and sealing the envelope suggests purpose, rather than whimsy. No, Watson, I believe this letter was meant to contain a message, but something has gone awry. The question is, what?" He returned to his chair and took up the envelope again, studying it with that microscopic attention he could bring to bear on even the smallest details. I watched as he examined the postmark, the ink, the very fibres of the paper itself. Finally, he held it up to the fading light, squinting slightly. "Interesting," he murmured. "There is a very faint impression on the inside of the envelope. See here, Watson? As though another sheet of paper was pressed against it, leaving the slightest indentation of writing." I leaned closer, following the line of his pointing finger, and could just barely make out what he meant. The ghost of letters, too faint to read, but sufficient to confirm that yes, at some point, this envelope had contained actual correspondence. "So the letter was removed?" I asked. "But by whom? And why would they replace it with blank paper?" "Ah, now those are the questions that make this little puzzle worth pursuing," Holmes said, and I heard the familiar note of enthusiasm creeping into his voice. Here we have a mystery that is neither dramatic nor dangerous, involving no theft beyond that of words, no victim beyond perhaps someone's peace of mind. And yet, Watson, I confess it intrigues me considerably. That scent of lilacs, so deliberately preserved, so carefully present, suggests this letter matters to someone. That it found its way to our door suggests fate has made it our business to discover to whom and why. I settled back into my chair, feeling the familiar stirring of anticipation that always accompanied the beginning of one of our investigations. Outside, the summer evening was deepening into that particular quality of light that London achieves only in June, warm and golden and somehow timeless. Inside our sitting room, the shadows were lengthening, and Mrs. Hudson's promised cold supper awaited us. But neither of us moved toward the dining table. We were caught now in the peculiar spell that a mystery always cast over Holmes, and by extension, over me. "Where do we begin?" I asked, knowing already that Holmes would have formed the beginnings of a plan. "With the scent," he replied, rising once more and moving to his chemical bench, where he retrieved a glass vial and carefully enclosed the blank paper within it, sealing it to preserve what remained of the perfume. "Tomorrow we shall visit the flower markets of London. If this lilac scent is as distinctive as I believe it to be, preserved long past the flower's natural season, then someone, somewhere, has gone to considerable trouble to maintain it. And people who go to such trouble, Watson, always have stories worth hearing." He paused, holding the sealed vial up to the lamplight, and smiled. One of those rare, genuine smiles that transformed his usually austere features. "Besides," he added, "when was the last time we investigated a case that smelled of flowers rather than crime? I find the prospect rather refreshing." And so it was decided. As the darkness finally claimed the last of the evening light, and as London settled into its nighttime rhythms, Holmes and I sat companionably in our sitting room, the mysterious envelope lying between us on the table, its secret perfume locked safely away, waiting for morning and the beginning of our investigation into what I would come to think of as the gentlest and most affecting case of our entire partnership, the case of the scent of the forgotten letter. I have always maintained that one of Holmes's most remarkable qualities, beyond even his legendary powers of observation and deduction, was his ability to transform the pursuit of knowledge into something approaching an art form. Where another man might have dismissed the mysterious envelope as a curiosity not worth his time, Holmes approached it with the same meticulous attention he would have devoted to the most complex criminal conspiracy. As I discovered the following morning, when he roused me from sleep at what I considered an unconscionably early hour, his mind had been working through the night on the problem of our scented letter. "Watson," he called through my bedroom door, with that particular brightness of tone that indicated he had been awake for some hours already. "The flower markets open at dawn, and we have already lost precious time. The scent will not wait indefinitely for our convenience." I groaned and consulted my pocket watch on the nightstand. It was barely 5:30, and though the June sunrise came early, I had hoped for at least another hour of sleep. Nevertheless, I knew from long experience that when Holmes was in the grip of an investigation, resistance was futile. I dressed quickly, performing my morning ablutions with the practiced efficiency of a man who had learned to function on a soldier's irregular schedule, and descended to find Holmes already at the breakfast table, though he had touched none of the food Mrs. Hudson had laid out. "You must eat something," I said, taking my own seat and accepting the coffee our landlady poured for me with a grateful nod. "Even your constitution requires fuel, Holmes." Presently, he said, waving his hand dismissively, his attention fixed on a map of London he had spread across the table, partially covering the toast rack. "I have been plotting the locations of the principal flower markets and florists in South Kensington and the surrounding areas. See here." He indicated several points he had marked in pencil. "There are perhaps a dozen establishments that might deal in preserved or out-of-season flowers. If our lilac scent was deliberately applied, rather than merely incidental, then someone with access to such materials must be involved." I sipped my coffee and studied the map, noting how methodically he had worked. Each location was numbered, with small notations beside them, indicating opening hours, specialties, and distance from the postmark's origin point. It was typical of Holmes's approach. What appeared to casual observation as mere intuition was in fact the product of rigorous preparation and systematic thinking. "You believe the scent was deliberately applied?" I asked. "Could it not simply be that the letter was stored near lilacs, or that the sender has them in their home?" "Possible, but consider the concentration and preservation of the perfume," Holmes replied, finally consenting to take a piece of toast, though he held it absently rather than eating it. "True lilac blooms fade quickly. Their scent is notoriously ephemeral. What we detected yesterday was not the fresh scent of a living flower, but something more concentrated, more deliberately preserved, either an essence, an oil, or perhaps dried petals stored with the paper. This suggests intention, Watson. Someone wanted that scent to be noticed." He was right, of course. In my medical training, I had worked with various tinctures and essences, and I recognized the quality of the scent. Now that he mentioned it, it had that slightly concentrated character that distinguished a preserved perfume from the natural bloom. We finished our breakfast, or rather, I finished mine while Holmes consumed perhaps a quarter of his, and set out into the early morning streets of London. The city at dawn possessed a quality quite different from its daytime bustle or evening elegance. The air was cleaner, cooler, and the light had that peculiar clarity that would burn off once the day's heat and smoke accumulated. Working men and women were already about their business. Shop fronts were being opened, and the great mechanism of London's commerce was grinding into motion. Holmes had engaged a cab, and we made our way first toward Covent Garden, where London's principal flower market had operated for centuries. As we travelled, Holmes expounded upon the history and economics of the cut flower trade, demonstrating once again that vast reservoir of seemingly random knowledge he had accumulated over the years. "The Victorian sentiment for flowers has created an entire industry," he observed, as our cab rattled through the awakening streets. "Every emotion, every occasion now demands its floral expression. Funerals, weddings, courtships, apologies, all conducted through the medium of blooms. It is a language unto itself, Watson, and like all languages, it has its grammar and vocabulary." "I confess I know only the basics," I admitted. "Roses for love, lilies for death, and so forth." "Ah, but the subtleties run far deeper," Holmes said, warming to his subject. "Consider the lilac specifically. In the language of flowers, it represents the first emotions of love, appropriate for spring blooms, for new beginnings. but white lilacs carry connotations of youthful innocence, while purple ones suggest the first stirrings of romantic feeling. The scent is associated with memory and nostalgia, perhaps because it blooms so briefly that one must hold its memory through the long months until it returns. I found myself oddly moved by this observation. Holmes so rarely spoke of emotions or sentiment that when he did, it struck with particular force. You think the choice of lilac is significant, then? Everything is significant until proven otherwise, he replied. That is the first principle of investigation. We arrived at Covent Garden as the market was reaching its first crescendo of activity. The scene that greeted us was a riot of colour and motion, stalls upon stalls of flowers in every conceivable variety, their vendors calling out prices and qualities, buyers examining stems and blooms with critical eyes, and porters hauling great crates of flowers from wagons to stalls. The air was thick with perfume, roses, carnations, sweet peas, and a dozen other scents I could not immediately identify, all mingling into a heady, overwhelming atmosphere. Holmes moved through this chaos with purpose, his sharp eyes scanning not the flowers themselves, but the vendors, the arrangements, the way different stalls organized their merchandise. I followed in his wake, drawing occasional curious glances from market workers who perhaps recognized something unusual about my companion's intensity of focus. We approached several vendors, and I watched as Holmes conducted his inquiries with that peculiar mixture of charm and precision he could deploy when needed. He would present the sealed vial containing our scented paper, ask if the vendor could identify the specific variety of lilac, and carefully observe their reactions. Most sniffed obligingly and offered general opinions. French lilac, most likely, or common purple, I'd say. But none showed particular recognition or interest beyond basic professional courtesy. It was perhaps the 8th or 9th vendor, a weathered woman of middle years, with capable hands and shrewd eyes, who paused longer over the vial than the others had. She was arranging a display of summer roses when Holmes approached her stall, and I noted how her fingers stilled on the stems when she inhaled the scent from the vial. "Now that's a particular smell," she said slowly, her accent marking her as East End born and bred. "That's not fresh lilac, nor even dried petals stored ordinary-like. That's lilac water, preserved with glycerin if I'm not mistaken. Old-fashioned way of keeping the scent. My grandmother used to make it." Holmes's entire demeanour sharpened. "Can you identify it that specifically?" "Oh yes, sir. There's a technique to it, see? You take the blooms at their peak, steep them in distilled water with a touch of glycerin to preserve, and if you do it right, you can keep that scent for months, even years. Not many bother with it anymore. Easier to buy the French perfumes. But some of the old-timers still prefer the traditional methods." "And who in London might still practice such methods?" Holmes asked, and I could hear the restrained excitement in his voice. The flower woman considered, wiping her hands on her apron. "Well now, there's old Mrs. Chen over in Limehouse. She keeps to the old ways. And there's a fellow in Clerkenwell who supplies the theatrical trade with such things. But if you're asking about South Kensington way—" She paused, tilting her head thoughtfully. "There's Penrose's. They're a proper old establishment, having been there since before I was born. They do special orders, preserve flowers for memory keeping, that sort of thing. Mostly serve the gentry who want things done particularly." "Penrose's," Holmes repeated, committing the name to memory. "And where precisely might I find this establishment?" Brompton Road, just past the museums. Can't miss it. They have a blue door with gilt letters. Very respectable." Holmes thanked her with such genuine warmth that she blushed slightly, and pressed a coin into her hand that I suspected was far more generous than the information might have strictly warranted. As we made our way back through the market towards the street, where we might hail another cab, I saw him consulting the map he had folded in his pocket. "Brompton Road," he murmured. "That would be consistent with the South Kensington postmark. We may be on the right trail, Watson." "You think this Penrose's prepared the scented paper?" I asked. "I think it's likely they can tell us who did," Holmes replied. "The art of preserving flower essences in the traditional manner is evidently specialized enough that our mysterious correspondent would need to seek expert assistance. And experts, Watson, keep records." The cab ride to Brompton Road took us through increasingly genteel neighborhoods, past the great museums that house the nation's accumulated treasures of art and natural history. The morning had advanced considerably by now. It was nearing 9 o'clock, and the streets were filling with the day's traffic. The warmth was already building, promising another in the string of beautiful summer days London had been blessed with. Penrose's, when we found it, was exactly as the flower woman had described. A narrow shopfront with a blue door bearing elegant gilt lettering that proclaimed Penrose and Son, Florists and Botanical Preservationists, Estamoi 1847. The window display was restrained and tasteful, featuring arrangements that spoke of quality rather than showiness. Through the glass, I could see the interior was cool and dim, lined with shelves and cases containing what appeared to be dried specimens and various bottles and vials. A bell chimed softly as we entered, and the mingled scents of 100 preserved flowers enveloped us immediately. It was not the overwhelming perfume of the market, but something more subtle and complex, layers of fragrance that suggested time and careful craft. The shop had the hushed, almost reverent atmosphere of a library or a museum. From a back room emerged a man I judged to be in his 60s, tall and spare, with the sort of careful movements that suggested either long practice at delicate work or the caution of rheumatism. His white hair was neatly trimmed, his apron spotless, and his expression carried that particular mixture of professional courtesy and natural reserve, common to craftsmen who take their work seriously. "Good morning, gentlemen," he said, his voice cultured and measured. "How may Penrose be of service?" Holmes approached the counter with the vial already in hand. "My name is Sherlock Holmes, and this is my colleague, Dr. Watson. I wonder if you might examine this specimen and tell me what you can about its preparation." The mention of Holmes's name produced a flicker of recognition in the man's eyes. My friend's reputation had spread far enough that even a respectable florist in Brompton Road knew of him. But he accepted the vial without comment and unstoppered it with careful fingers. He inhaled deeply, closed his eyes for a moment in concentration, then opened them with a small nod. "Lilac water, preserved with glycerin using the cold infusion method," he said with quiet confidence. "Specifically, this is from Syringa vulgaris, the common lilac, and if I am not mistaken, from the darker purple variety rather than white or pale. The concentration suggests approximately 3 weeks steeping, and the preparation is perhaps 2 to 3 months old, competently done, though not by an expert hand, someone following instructions carefully rather than working from experience." I found myself impressed all over again by the depth of specialized knowledge one could encounter in London. Here was a man who could read the biography of a perfume as easily as Holmes might read the story of a person from their clothing and bearing. Remarkable, Holmes said, and his admiration was genuine. Could you tell me whether such a preparation might have been done here by your establishment? Penrose, for I assumed this was he, set down the vial and moved to a large ledger that lay open on the counter. We keep careful records of all special commissions, he said, running his finger down columns of neat handwriting. Lilac water preservation is not a common request. We might receive 3 or 4 such orders in a year. Let me see. Yes, here. We had one such order completed approximately 10 weeks ago. Might I inquire as to the client's name? Holmes asked. The florist hesitated, and I saw him weighing professional discretion against civic duty. Holmes, sensing this hesitation, added gently, I should mention that this inquiry relates to a missing letter. Nothing criminal, I assure you, but perhaps something important to the parties involved. Something in Holmes's tone or manner must have reassured him, for Penrose nodded slowly. The order was placed by a Mr. Edmund Thornbury of Cheyne Walk, Chelsea. He brought in fresh lilac cuttings, late blooms from a sheltered garden, I recall, and requested that we prepare a preservation that could be used to scent correspondence paper. He mentioned it was for a personal project of some sentimental importance. Cheyne Walk, Holmes repeated, his eyes distant, as his mental map of London reorganized itself around this new information. And did Mr. Thornbury collect the preparation himself? He did? Yes. A gentleman of perhaps 70 years, if memory serves. Very particular about the method we should use. He had a receipt from his grandmother's papers, he said, and wanted it followed exactly. Penrose smiled slightly, the first real warmth breaking through his professional reserve. It's not often we receive such requests anymore. Most people are content with commercial perfumes. It was rather refreshing to work on something so personal. Holmes thanked him profusely, and we stepped back out into the now bright morning sunlight. The heat was building in earnest now, and I could feel the day's warmth radiating from the pavement. Holmes stood for a moment on the sidewalk, his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze directed at nothing in particular, as his mind worked through the new information. So, I said, breaking the silence, we have a name and an address. This Mr. Thornbury commissioned the lilac water for scenting correspondence. But how did his letter end up blank and addressed to you? That, Watson, is indeed the question, Holmes replied, turning to face me with that keen expression that meant he was beginning to see the shape of the mystery. But consider what we know. An elderly gentleman living in Chelsea, a neighbourhood known for its artistic and literary residents, commissions an old-fashioned flower essence specifically to scent letters. This speaks of a man who values tradition, sentiment, and perhaps memory. The care taken in the preparation suggests the letters themselves are important, meaningful correspondence. But why would such a letter arrive blank? I pressed. Perhaps it didn't, Holmes said thoughtfully. Perhaps what arrived at Baker Street is not the letter that was meant to be sent, but rather an empty envelope that somehow became separated from its contents. A mistake in preparation, a confusion in delivery. There are several possibilities. He hailed a passing cab with a sharp whistle. Cheyne Walk, he told the driver, then turned to me as we settled into our seats. I believe, Watson, that we should call upon Mr. Thornbury directly. If nothing else, we can return his envelope to him, and perhaps reunite it with its wayward contents. As we travelled toward Chelsea, I found my thoughts drifting to what Holmes had said earlier about lilacs representing memory and first love. What sort of correspondence required such careful, sentimental preparation? What memories was Mr. Thornbury trying to preserve or convey? And how had this gentle, personal matter become entangled with our address at Baker Street? The morning sun climbed higher as we crossed London, and the scent of the city in summer, dust and horses, river water and coal smoke, and underneath it all the green smell of the parks and gardens, filled the cab. Somewhere ahead of us, in a house on Cheyne Walk, an elderly gentleman held the answers to our small mystery, and I found myself hoping, as we drew closer, that whatever story we were about to uncover would be worthy of the care and sentiment that had gone into preserving the scent of lilacs long past their season. Cheyne Walk, for those unfamiliar with that particular corner of Chelsea, is one of those London streets that seems to exist slightly apart from the city's usual bustle, a tree-lined thoroughfare running parallel to the Thames, where elegant Georgian and Victorian houses stand in quiet dignity, their windows overlooking the river and the distant Surrey hills beyond. It has long been favoured by artists, writers, and those of refined sensibility who value beauty and tranquillity over fashion and ostentation. As our cab drew up before the address Penrose had given us, I found myself thinking that it was precisely the sort of place where an elderly gentleman might devote himself to preserving memories through the scent of flowers. Number 47 was a narrow brick townhouse of 3 stories, well maintained, though bearing the subtle signs of age and perhaps of reduced circumstances. The paint on the window frames, while neat, was not recent, and the small front garden, though tidy, showed the work of an amateur rather than a professional gardener. A climbing rose, heavy with white blooms, framed the modest front door, and I noted that the doorstep had been recently swept. Holmes paused before knocking, his eyes travelling over the facade of the house with that comprehensive glance that could extract a biography from brickwork and windows. "A widower's household, I think," he murmured to me. "Note the curtains, of good quality but unfashionable, and hung with a woman's touch that has not been refreshed in some years. The garden is maintained, but without the elaborate planning a lady of the house might insist upon. And see there," he indicated an upper window. "A single room keeps its curtains drawn even in full daylight, either illness or a chamber kept as it was, untouched." Before I could respond, Holmes had rapped smartly on the door with his walking stick. We waited in the warm morning sunshine, and I heard from within the sound of slow, careful footsteps approaching. The door opened to reveal a man who matched Penrose's description, perhaps 70 years of age, tall but slightly stooped, with white hair and a face that bore the lines of both laughter and sorrow. He was dressed neatly, if simply, in a tweed suit that had seen better days, but was scrupulously clean and well brushed. His eyes, a faded blue, held a quality of gentle melancholy that struck me immediately with my physician's instinct for reading patients. "Yes?" he inquired, his voice cultured, but soft, as though long accustomed to living alone and having little need for volume. "May I help you, gentlemen?" "Mr. Edmund Thornbury?" Holmes asked, with a courtesy I always found remarkable in him when dealing with those he judged deserving of respect. My name is Sherlock Holmes, and this is my colleague, Dr. Watson. I wonder if we might have a moment of your time regarding a matter of some delicacy. It concerns a letter." The effect of these words on Mr. Thornbury was immediate and profound. The colour drained from his face. His hand gripped the doorframe for support, and his expression transformed into one of such acute distress that I instinctively stepped forward, my medical training alert to the possibility of a cardiac episode. "Eleanor," he breathed, the name emerging as barely a whisper. "Has something happened to Eleanor? Please, you must tell me at once." "Sir, please," I interjected, taking his elbow gently. "I am a physician, and I can see this has given you a shock. Nothing has happened to anyone, I assure you. Perhaps we might come inside, and you should sit down while we explain." Thornbury nodded mutely, seeming incapable of speech, and allowed me to guide him into the house. We found ourselves in a narrow entrance hall, simply furnished, but spotlessly clean, with a few watercolour landscapes on the walls, and a small table bearing a vase of, I noted with a start, fresh lilacs, their scent filling the space with that distinctive perfume I now knew so well. We moved through to a modest sitting room that overlooked the back garden. The furnishings were old but comfortable, and the room bore all the hallmarks Holmes had predicted. A woman's touch in the arrangement and decoration, but untouched and unrefreshed for several years. Photographs in silver frames crowded the mantelpiece, and I glimpsed images of a handsome woman with dark hair and a warm smile, sometimes alone, sometimes with Thornbury himself in younger, happier days. I settled Thornbury into an armchair, and, noting a decanter of brandy on the sideboard, poured him a small measure. He accepted it with trembling hands and took a sip, some colour gradually returning to his cheeks. Holmes, meanwhile, had positioned himself with characteristic tact near the window, giving the man space while remaining present. "Forgive me," Thornbury said at last, his voice steadier. "You mentioned a letter, and I feared the worst. You see, I write to my sister-in-law Eleanor every week without fail, and yesterday's letter—" He paused, confusion crossing his features. "But how do you come to know of it, and what brings Sherlock Holmes, of all people, to my door?" Holmes produced the cream-coloured envelope from his inner pocket and crossed the room to hand it to Thornbury. "This arrived at my address yesterday evening. As you can see, it bears your preparation of lilac water, but the letter itself, or rather what should have been the letter, is blank. I took the liberty of tracing the scent to Penrose's establishment, and then to you. I confess, Mr. Thornbury, I am somewhat mystified as to how your correspondence came to be misdirected to Baker Street, and why it arrived without its contents." Thornbury took the envelope with both hands, staring at it as though it were some artifact from a dream. He held it to his nose, inhaling deeply, and I saw tears spring to his eyes, not of distress, but of some emotion far more complex. "This is my envelope," he confirmed. "I would know it anywhere. I prepared 20 of them myself, you see, scented with the lilac water. But, Mr. Holmes, I don't understand. I posted Eleanor's letter yesterday morning, as I do every Tuesday without fail. I addressed it most carefully to her residence in Highgate. How could it have reached you instead? And where is the letter itself?" "Perhaps," Holmes suggested gently, "you might tell us about these letters, and about Eleanor. I assure you, we mean no intrusion into private matters, but it seems that fate has made this our concern, and I would very much like to see your correspondence safely delivered to its intended recipient." Thornbury set down the envelope with great care, as though it were something precious and fragile. He took another sip of brandy, gathering himself, and then began to speak. His voice, as he told his story, took on a quality of quiet reminiscence, and I found myself leaning forward, drawn into the gentle tragedy and persistent love that his words revealed. Eleanor Hartwell is my late wife's younger sister, he began. My Catherine and Eleanor were separated by barely 18 months in age, but they were as close as twins. Closer, perhaps, for they chose each other's company where twins might sometimes chafe at constant proximity. When I married Catherine 35 years ago, I gained not just a wife, but a sister as well, for Eleanor was constantly with us, and our home was as much hers as our own. He paused, his gaze drifting to the photographs on the mantelpiece. Following his eyes, I saw now that in many of them there were indeed two women. One must be Catherine, dark-haired and vibrant, and beside her a slightly younger woman, fairer, but with the same warm smile, the same lively eyes. We were very happy, Thornbury continued, his voice softening with memory. Catherine and I had no children. That sorrow was ours to bear. But Eleanor never married either. She said she preferred her independence, her books, her music. But I think, looking back, that she stayed close to us because we three formed our own small family. Where one was, the others would be. We took holidays together, spent every Christmas and Easter together. Catherine used to say we were like a three-legged stool, perfectly balanced, each supporting the others. I felt Holmes's eyes on me briefly, and I knew he was noting my expression, reading in my face the sympathy I felt for this gentle man and his unconventional but clearly loving family arrangement. 5 years ago, Thornbury said, and now his voice did break slightly. Catherine fell ill. It began with headaches, then confusion, and finally... He could not finish the sentence, but he didn't need to. As a physician, I knew the progression he described, likely a tumor of the brain, insidious and ultimately inexorable. I am sorry, I said quietly, and meant it with all my heart. Thornbury nodded his acknowledgement. Eleanor was with us through it all. She moved into the house, nursed Catherine day and night alongside me, and at the end, when Catherine knew her time was short, she made us both promise something. She made us promise that we would not allow her death to separate us, that we would continue to be family to each other, that Eleanor and I would remain close. He reached for a handkerchief and dabbed at his eyes, not ashamed of the tears, but simply attending to them as one would any physical necessity. Catherine knew, you see, that we would both be lost without her. She was the sun around which Eleanor and I orbited, and she knew that in our grief we might each withdraw into solitude, and thereby lose not only her, but each other as well. And so you write to Eleanor each week, Holmes said, and there was a gentleness in his tone I rarely heard. To maintain the connection, to honour Catherine's wish. Yes, Thornbury confirmed. Every Tuesday, without fail, I sit down at Catherine's writing desk upstairs. I have kept her room exactly as it was, you see, and I write to Eleanor. Nothing profound, you understand. I tell her about my week, about the garden, about the books I'm reading. Sometimes I share memories of Catherine, and Eleanor writes back to me every Thursday. We are neither of us particularly social creatures, Mr. Holmes. These letters are, in many ways, our lifeline to the world beyond our solitary existences. And the lilac scent? I asked, beginning to understand, but wanting to hear it from him. A smile, sad but genuine, crossed Thornbury's face. Lilacs were Catherine's favourite flower. She kept a shrub in our back garden, and every spring she would cut armfuls of them to fill the house. The scent meant happiness to her, meant home. After she died, I couldn't bear to see the lilac bloom that first spring without her. But then, I thought, why not preserve the scent? Why not keep that small piece of her alive and share it with Eleanor, who loved those flowers nearly as much as Catherine did? He gestured to the vase in the hallway. I keep the bush carefully tended, and each spring I take cuttings to the florist and have them preserved in the old way, the way Catherine's grandmother had taught her when she was a girl. Then I use the preparation to scent the paper on which I write to Eleanor. It's foolish, perhaps, an old man's sentimentality. It is nothing of the sort, I interrupted firmly, speaking now not as an investigator, but as a physician who had seen too much grief and loss. It is a beautiful way to honour memory and maintain connection. There is nothing foolish about it whatsoever. Thornbury looked at me with such gratitude that I felt my own throat tighten with emotion. Holmes, I noticed, had turned back to the window, ostensibly looking out at the garden, but perhaps giving us a moment's privacy for this exchange of feeling. "But, Mr. Thornbury," Holmes said, turning back to us, "this still does not explain how your letter to Eleanor became an envelope addressed to me, containing only blank paper. When you prepared yesterday's letter, were you certain you included the actual correspondence?" "Absolutely certain," Thornbury replied. "I wrote 3 pages. I always write 3 pages, neither more nor less, as that seems the proper length for a weekly letter. I told Eleanor about a book I'd been reading, a biography of Wordsworth, and about how the roses were blooming particularly well this year, and—" He stopped abruptly, his face going pale again. "Oh, dear God." "What is it?" I asked urgently. "The envelopes," Thornbury whispered. "I prepared 20 envelopes with the scented paper, and I kept them in Catherine's writing desk. But last week I received a letter from you, Mr. Holmes. That is, I received what I thought was a letter from you, though it now occurs to me it might have been something else entirely. It was delivered here by mistake, the postman said, and should have gone to Baker Street. I set it aside, meaning to repost it, and it was on the desk when I prepared Eleanor's letter yesterday morning." Understanding dawned on Holmes's face. "You put Eleanor's letter in my envelope, and my envelope, the one that was meant for me, in your scented envelope to Eleanor." "It would appear so," Thornbury said miserably. "How extraordinarily careless of me. Oh, Eleanor will be beside herself with worry. She expects my letter every Wednesday without fail, and when it doesn't arrive, or when it arrives wrong—" He stood up abruptly, agitation overcoming him. "I must write to her at once, explaining what's happened. Or better yet, I should go to her. Highgate is not so far." "Perhaps," Holmes interjected smoothly, "Dr. Watson and I might save you the journey. If you can provide us with Eleanor's address, we should be very happy to deliver your letter personally and explain the confusion. After all, the original misdirection that began this chain of errors was, in a sense, the responsibility of the postal service, and we have already involved ourselves in the matter." Thornbury looked between us, hope and uncertainty warring on his face. "You would do that? But surely you have more important matters." "On the contrary," I said, rising and placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder, "I cannot think of a more important matter than ensuring that a faithful correspondence is not interrupted. If you would write a fresh letter to Eleanor now, we shall see it safely delivered, and explain the circumstances. She will understand, I'm certain, and her worry will be relieved all the sooner for our speed." The gratitude in Thornbury's eyes was profound. He nodded, unable quite to speak, and moved toward the door. "I'll write it immediately. It won't take long. I know exactly what I meant to say, you see. I'll only be here for a few minutes. Please, make yourselves comfortable." He left the room, his step considerably lighter than when we'd arrived, and I heard his slow progress up the stairs. Holmes and I stood in the quiet sitting room, surrounded by the evidence of a life shaped by love and loss, and I found myself profoundly moved by the simple devotion we had uncovered. "Holmes," I said quietly, "this is perhaps the gentlest case we have ever pursued." "Indeed," he agreed, his gaze once again on those photographs, on the faces of two sisters, and the man who had loved them both in his different ways. "And yet, Watson, I find it no less compelling than any murder or theft we have investigated. The human heart, you see, is always the greatest mystery, not in its capacity for violence or deception, which are relatively simple, but in its capacity for this." He gestured around the room, encompassing the preserved memories, the faithful correspondence, the scented envelopes. Love persisting beyond death, connection maintained through simple words, and the perfume of flowers. That, my friend, is a mystery worth solving. We waited in companionable silence until Thornbury returned, bearing a fresh envelope properly addressed, bearing that now familiar scent of preserved lilacs. He handed it to Holmes with both hands, as though passing along something sacred. "Please," he said simply, "tell Eleanor that I am sorry for the confusion, and that next week's letter will arrive as usual." "We shall," Holmes assured him. "And Mr. Thornbury, your dedication to honouring your wife's memory and your sister-in-law's companionship is admirable. Never doubt the value of what you do." As we took our leave and stepped back out into the bright June morning, I found myself thinking about the fragility of human connections and the care required to maintain them. A misdirected envelope, a moment of confusion, such small things could disrupt the rituals that kept loneliness at bay. And yet, here was proof that sometimes those disruptions brought unexpected aid, in the form of two men willing to carry a letter across London to ensure that love's routine expressions were not interrupted. "To Highgate, then?" I asked Holmes, as we walked back toward the main road in search of a cab. "To Highgate," he confirmed. "We have a letter to deliver, and I confess I am curious to meet Eleanor Hartwell. She must be a remarkable woman to have inspired such devotion." "I rather think," I replied, "that it is Catherine who inspired the devotion. Eleanor merely has the grace to receive it and return it in kind." Holmes smiled. "As I said, Watson, the human heart is the greatest mystery of all. Highgate, perched on its hill to the north of London, has always struck me as a village that somehow found itself absorbed into the great metropolis without quite surrendering its separate character. As our cab climbed the steep roads leading away from the city's heart, I felt that peculiar sensation of ascent, not merely in geography, but in atmosphere. The air growing clearer, the noise of traffic diminishing, the very quality of light seeming to soften as we rose above the summer haze that perpetually hung over the lower districts. Holmes sat beside me in the cab, Thornbury's letter resting carefully in his inner pocket, his expression one of quiet contemplation. I knew that look. It was the face he wore when a case was nearing its resolution, when the threads of mystery had been gathered and were now being woven into their proper pattern. Yet this case, if one could even call it that, had none of the usual hallmarks of our investigations. There was no crime, no villain, no dramatic revelation waiting at journey's end. There was simply a letter that needed to reach its destination, and two people whose connection deserved to be preserved. "You're thinking about Thornbury," I observed, more as a statement than a question. "I am thinking," Holmes replied, his gaze directed out the window at the passing streets, "about the various forms that human devotion takes, and how rarely we acknowledge their validity when they do not conform to expected patterns." Thornbury's relationship with his sister-in-law might strike some as odd. A weekly correspondence maintained with such rigid fidelity, the preservation of flower, essences, the ritualized writing at a deceased wife's desk. To a casual observer, it might even appear morbid, an inability to move beyond grief. "But you don't see it that way," I said, knowing already what his answer would be. "I see it as what it is, a promise kept, a connection honored, and two people finding a way to survive loss without surrendering entirely to isolation. There is nothing morbid in remembering the dead with love, Watson. The morbidity lies in allowing that love to curdle into bitterness or to imprison us in the past. Thornbury tends his garden, reads his books, and writes his letters. He lives his life, such as it is, while maintaining a thread of connection to those he loves. There is a quiet dignity in that which I find admirable. I was struck, as I so often was, by the unexpected depths of feeling that Holmes could display when he chose to. The world saw him as cold, calculating, a mere thinking machine. But I, privileged by years of friendship, knew better. He felt deeply, perhaps too deeply, which was why he so often retreated into intellectual detachment as a form of self-protection. "And what do you suppose we shall find in Eleanor Hartwell?" I asked. Thornbury spoke of her with such affection. A woman of approximately 68 years, I should estimate, never married, of independent means, though not wealthy, bookish and musical in her inclinations, and possessed of a strong will tempered by genuine warmth. She will be expecting Thornbury's letter today, and its absence will have caused her genuine distress. She will be relieved to receive it, but also concerned about the confusion that led to its delay. All that from what Thornbury told us. All that from observation, Holmes corrected gently. The photographs in his sitting room showed a woman who aged gracefully into her own features rather than fighting against time. That suggests confidence and self-possession. The books in Thornbury's house were well worn, many bearing inscriptions from Eleanor, indicating an active intellectual exchange between them. The sheet music I glimpsed on the piano, did you notice it, was advanced, not simple parlour pieces, and the entire tone of Thornbury's household suggested a man who still makes an effort with his appearance and environment because someone he cares for might visit. All this paints a picture, Watson. Before I could respond, the cab drew to a halt. We had arrived at a quiet residential street, lined with modest but well-maintained houses, each with its small front garden. The address Thornbury had provided was a corner house, slightly larger than its neighbours, built of warm red brick with ivy climbing one wall, and my heart lifted at the sight. A magnificent lilac bush dominating the front garden, its branches heavy with fading blooms. It was late in the season for lilacs, as Holmes had noted days earlier, but this particular specimen, perhaps benefiting from a sheltered position and careful tending, still displayed clusters of purple flowers among its leaves. "She keeps lilacs," I said softly. "Of course she does." "A living memorial," Holmes agreed, "and perhaps a more healthy one than Thornbury's preserved essences, though both have their place. She grows them, he preserves them. Two different responses to the same loss, complementary rather than contradictory." We approached the blue-painted front door, and I noted the same signs of careful maintenance that had marked Thornbury's residence. Nothing lavish, but everything tended with attention and care. A small brass plate beside the door read E. Hartwell in simple letters. Holmes knocked, and we waited. The woman who opened the door was, as Holmes had predicted, approximately 70 years of age, though she carried those years with a grace that made them seem irrelevant. She was smaller than I had expected, fine-boned and slender, with silver hair pulled back in a soft knot. Her face, while lined, retained the structure of beauty, and her eyes, a striking grey blue, held an intelligence and alertness that reminded me immediately of the woman in Thornbury's photographs, aged, but unmistakably the same person. She was dressed simply but elegantly in a grey day dress, and I noted that her hands, clasped before her, showed the slight tremor of anxiety. "Yes," she said, and her voice was musical, cultured, with an undertone of wariness that told me she had been expecting, or, rather, dreading, some form of bad news. "May I help you, gentlemen?" Holmes removed his hat with a courtesy that would have done credit to any gentleman of the highest breeding. "Miss Hartwell, I presume?" "My name is Sherlock Holmes, and this is my colleague, Dr. Watson. Please, do not be alarmed. We come bearing good news, not ill. We have a letter for you from Mr. Edmund Thornbury, and an explanation for its delayed arrival." The effect of these words was immediate and profound. The tension that had held Eleanor Hartwell's frame rigid seemed to release all at once, and she swayed slightly, one hand reaching out to the doorframe for support. I stepped forward instinctively, my physician's reflexes alert, but she waved me back with a small gesture. "Forgive me," she said, and now her voice trembled. "I have been so worried. Edmund's letter did not arrive yesterday as it should have, and I feared many things. An elderly man living alone. Please, gentlemen, do come in. You say you have his letter?" We followed her into an entrance hall that was bright and welcoming, its walls lined with watercolor paintings, landscapes mostly, executed with considerable skill. The scent of lilacs permeated the space, though whether from cut flowers or simply from the garden's proximity, I could not tell. She led us through to a sitting room that overlooked the back garden, and I saw immediately why she had chosen this house. The garden was a small miracle of careful cultivation, filled with flowering plants arranged with both an artist's eye for colour and a naturalist's understanding of growth. And there, visible through the French windows, were more lilac bushes, 3 or 4 of them, creating a grove of purple and white blooms. "Please sit," Eleanor said, gesturing to a comfortable sofa upholstered in faded chintz. I apologize for my reaction at the door. I have not slept well, worrying about Edmund. He is so faithful in his correspondence that when Tuesday passed, and then Wednesday morning with no letter, I began to imagine all manner of disasters. "Your concern does you credit," I said warmly, taking a seat while Holmes remained standing, as was his habit when excited by a case. "But I can assure you, Mr. Thornbury is in excellent health. We called upon him this very morning and found him well, though considerably distressed by the same circumstances that brought us to your door." Holmes produced the letter from his pocket and held it out to Eleanor. She took it with both hands, much as Thornbury had taken his misdirected envelope, and immediately raised it to her nose. The expression that crossed her face was one of such complex emotion, relief, recognition, affection, and something deeper that I could not quite name, that I found myself looking away, feeling as though I had intruded upon a private moment. "Lilacs," she whispered. "Catherine's lilacs. Oh, thank God he is well." She held the letter to her chest for a moment, eyes closed, and I saw her lips move in what might have been a prayer of gratitude. Then she opened her eyes and looked at us with an expression of puzzled gratitude. "But how did you come to have this? And why did you call upon Edmund? I'm afraid I don't understand." Holmes settled into a chair opposite her, and with his characteristic clarity and precision, he explained the entire sequence of events. The misdirected envelope arriving at Baker Street, his investigation that led from the scent of lilacs to Penrose's establishment, our morning call upon Thornbury, and the discovery of the confused envelopes. Eleanor listened with complete attention, and I watched as her expression moved through surprise, understanding, and finally amusement. "How perfectly like Edmund," she said when Holmes had finished, and there was such fondness in her voice that it warmed the room. "He is the most careful, methodical man in most respects. But when he becomes absorbed in thought, usually about Catherine or about whatever book he's reading, he can be wonderfully absent-minded. I can picture exactly what happened. He would have been sitting at Catherine's desk, thinking about what he wanted to tell me, and he simply reached for the wrong envelope without noticing." "You're not distressed by the delay?" I asked. "Distressed by the delay, yes," Eleanor replied, "but only because I worried for his health. Now that I know he is well, the rest is merely, well, it's rather sweet, isn't it? That Mr. Sherlock Holmes himself would take the time and trouble to track down one elderly man's letter to his sister-in-law. I confess I never imagined your work involved such gentle mysteries, Mr. Holmes." "Most of it does not," Holmes admitted. "But when a mystery presents itself, I find I cannot simply dismiss it, regardless of its nature. And there was something about the scent of lilacs, about the care taken in preserving it, that suggested this was no mere commercial correspondence, but something that mattered deeply to someone. I felt compelled to discover who and why." Eleanor looked at him with an expression I can only describe as surprised approval. "You are not at all as I imagined you might be, Mr. Holmes. The newspapers portray you as rather cold and mechanical in your thinking. But a cold man would not have troubled himself with lost love letters." "It was not a love letter," Holmes said, though his tone was mild rather than corrective. "Was it not?" Eleanor asked, and now there was a hint of gentle challenge in her voice. "Perhaps not in the romantic sense, no. But Edmund's letters to me are expressions of love nonetheless. Familial love, the love of shared memory, the love of two people who promised a dying woman they would care for each other. I think, Mr. Holmes, that you understood that instinctively, or you would not be here now." I saw Holmes incline his head in acknowledgement of her point, and I suppressed a smile. It was rare to see Holmes gently outmaneuvered in a conversation, and I was finding Eleanor Hartwell increasingly impressive. "If I may ask," I said, hoping to satisfy my own curiosity, "the lilacs in your garden, are they connected to those in Mr. Thornbury's garden? Did they come from the same source? Eleanor's face softened into a smile of such tender melancholy that I felt my physician's heart contract with sympathy. They are cuttings from the original bush that grew in the garden Edmund and Catherine shared. When Catherine died, and after a suitable time had passed, Edmund took cuttings and helped me establish them here. He said, her voice wavered slightly, he said that Catherine would have wanted her favourite flowers growing in my garden as well as his, so that wherever either of us looked, we would remember her. It took several attempts. Lilacs can be difficult to transplant, but eventually these took root and flourished. She gestured towards the garden, visible through the windows. I tend them carefully, and each spring, when they bloom, I cut some for Edmund and take them to him. He takes some from his garden to Penrose's to be preserved. It's our way of sharing Catherine's memory, of keeping her alive between us. Mr. Thornbury mentioned that you were very close, I said. The three of you, I mean. That you formed your own small family. We did, Eleanor confirmed, and now her eyes grew distant with memory. I was 18 when Catherine married Edmund. I had just lost our mother the year before, and our father had died when we were children. Catherine was all the family I had, and I feared her marriage would take her from me. But Edmund, dear Edmund, he never treated me as an intruder or a burden. He simply folded me into their life as though I had always belonged there. We took our holidays together, celebrated every occasion together. They made room for me at every table, in every plan, in every joy. When other young women were courting and marrying, I remained with them, and I never felt I was missing anything because their companionship was enough. And when Catherine fell ill, Holmes prompted gently. We nursed her together, Eleanor said simply. Edmund and I, side by side, through every terrible day and night of her decline. He was magnificent. He never faltered, never showed her anything but love and hope, even when we both knew there was no hope left. And I tried to be strong for both of them, though inside I was breaking. Catherine was my sister, my dearest friend, the person who knew me best in all the world. Losing her was like losing half of myself. She paused, dabbing at her eyes with a handkerchief she had drawn from her sleeve. I apologize. Even after 5 years, the grief can still overwhelm me at unexpected moments. There is no need to apologize, I said firmly. Grief is not something one recovers from on a schedule. It is something one learns to carry. Eleanor looked at me with such gratitude that I felt I had somehow said exactly the right thing. That is precisely it, Dr. Watson. One learns to carry it. And Edmund and I, we help each other with that burden. His letters to me, my letters to him. They are not just news and pleasantries. They are affirmations that we are still here, still carrying on, still honouring Catherine's memory by living as she would have wished us to live. Not trapped in the past, but carrying the past with us into the present. She looked down at the letter still clutched in her hands. "May I?" she asked, and at Holmes's nod of permission she carefully opened the envelope. The scent of lilacs intensified as she withdrew the pages. 3 of them, as Thornbury had promised, covered in his careful handwriting. She did not read them aloud, of course, but her eyes scanned the lines, and I saw her smile several times, saw her nod in recognition or agreement, saw her face reflect the quiet pleasure of receiving news from someone dear. "He writes about the Wordsworth biography he's reading," she said when she had finished, looking up at us with eyes bright with unshed tears. "And about how the roses are blooming particularly well this year, and he mentions that he has been thinking of Catherine more than usual lately, wondering if she would approve of how we have managed without her. He concludes, as he always does, by reminding me that I am not alone, that he thinks of me daily, and that he looks forward to my Thursday reply. She refolded the pages carefully and returned them to their envelope. I shall treasure this letter all the more for its adventurous journey to reach me, and I shall write to Edmund tonight rather than tomorrow, to assure him that all is well and that I am grateful beyond words for his faithfulness. Holmes rose from his chair, and I followed his example. Our errand was complete. The letter had been delivered, its recipient relieved and grateful, the small mystery of its misdirection explained and understood. And yet I felt reluctant to leave, as though there was something more to be said or done, some final piece of this gentle puzzle that had not yet fallen into place. Eleanor walked us back to the entrance hall, and as we reached the door, she placed a hand on Holmes's arm, a gesture of remarkable familiarity, given that we had met less than an hour before, but one that seemed entirely natural in the context of what we had shared. "Thank you, Mr. Holmes," she said quietly. "And you, Dr. Watson, you have done more than deliver a letter today. You have reminded me that there is kindness in the world, that strangers will take trouble for others without any thought of reward or recognition. That is a gift more precious than you perhaps realize." "It has been our privilege," Holmes replied, and I heard in his voice a sincerity that he rarely displayed. "And if I may be permitted an observation, Miss Hartwell, you and Mr. Thornbury have created something rather remarkable in your continued devotion to each other and to your sister's memory. Do not underestimate the value of what you have built." We stepped out into the afternoon sunshine, for the morning had long since passed into early afternoon, and I heard the door close softly behind us. As we walked back toward the main road, where we might find a cab, I found myself thinking about connections and how they survive loss, about the different forms that love can take, and about the small rituals that keep loneliness at bay. "Holmes," I said as we walked, "this has been an education." "Indeed it has, Watson," he agreed. "Indeed it has." As our cab descended from Highgate's elevated streets back toward the heart of London, I found myself in an unusually reflective state of mind. The afternoon sun was beginning its slow descent toward evening, casting long shadows across the city, and the quality of light had that particular golden warmth that summer afternoons in England achieve when the weather has been kind. Holmes sat beside me in companionable silence, and I knew from the set of his features and the distant focus of his eyes that he too was occupied with thoughts prompted by our mornings and afternoons' encounters. "You know, Watson," he said at length, breaking the silence that had stretched between us for perhaps a quarter of an hour, "there is something I have been considering about this entire affair that strikes me as rather profound, if you will forgive the indulgence of philosophical reflection." "By all means," I replied, turning my attention fully to him. Holmes's philosophical moods were rare enough to be treasured when they occurred. We have spent years investigating crimes, murders, thefts, frauds, and conspiracies of every imaginable variety. We have pursued villains across continents and unraveled plots that threatened the stability of nations. And yet, I find myself more moved by this simple case of a misdirected letter than by many of our more dramatic adventures. Why do you suppose that is? I considered the question carefully, knowing that Holmes valued genuine thought over facile answers. Perhaps, I ventured, because in our usual work we are dealing with human nature at its worst, with greed, violence, and deception. Here we have encountered human nature at something approaching its best: devotion, loyalty, and the quiet courage required to maintain connection in the face of loss. Precisely, Holmes agreed, nodding with satisfaction. The human capacity for evil is in its way rather straightforward. Evil is driven by appetites, for wealth, for power, for revenge. But this, he gestured vaguely, encompassing our entire morning's investigation, this requires something more complex. It requires the willingness to persist in small acts of care when there is no reward beyond the maintenance of connection itself. It requires Thornbury to sit down each Tuesday and write his 3 pages, knowing that Catherine will never read them. It requires Eleanor to tend her lilac garden and wait for letters that speak of ordinary life. There is a kind of heroism in that persistence, Watson, though the world would never recognize it as such. I felt a warmth spread through my chest at his words. You have always maintained that you are interested in humanity only as an intellectual puzzle, Holmes. But I think this case reveals something different. He smiled, and it was one of his genuine smiles, touched with self-awareness and perhaps a trace of embarrassment. Perhaps I am not quite the cold reasoning machine I pretend to be. Or perhaps I am growing soft in my middle years. But I confess, Watson, I would like to ensure that Thornbury and Eleanor not only maintain their correspondence, but perhaps... He paused, seeming to search for the right words. Perhaps strengthen their connection beyond mere letters. They are both alone, both devoted to a shared memory, both clearly in need of more regular human contact than weekly correspondence provides. What are you suggesting? I asked, though I thought I knew. I am suggesting, Holmes said, his tone becoming more decisive, that we arrange for them to meet. Not immediately, perhaps. I would not want to seem to be managing their lives uninvited. But the excuse already exists. Thornbury expressed worry about Eleanor, and Eleanor has been concerned about Thornbury. Would it not be natural for them to meet and reassure each other in person? And once that meeting has occurred, might they not realize that the comfort they find in letters could be even greater in actual companionship? I looked at my friend with undisguised surprise and pleasure. Holmes, are you attempting to play matchmaker? Certainly not in any romantic sense, he said quickly, though I detected a faint colour rising in his cheeks. I simply observe that 2 people who care deeply for each other and who share a profound bond of memory are unnecessarily isolated from one another. London is not so vast that Cheyne Walk and Highgate cannot be bridged more frequently than once a week by post. They could visit each other, share meals, and tend gardens together. There is no reason for them to be as alone as they are. No reason except perhaps a sense of propriety or fear of imposing on each other, or simply the inertia of established habit, I suggested. But I think your instinct is correct, Holmes. They would benefit from more frequent contact. The question is, how to arrange it without seeming to interfere. Holmes leaned back in his seat, steepling his fingers beneath his chin in that characteristic gesture that indicated his mind was working through possibilities. We shall need to be subtle about it. A direct suggestion might make them self-conscious or resistant. But what if we were to engineer a situation that made a meeting seem natural, even necessary? What sort of situation? I asked, intrigued despite myself. Well, Holmes said slowly, thinking aloud, Thornbury mentioned that Eleanor writes to him every Thursday in response to his Tuesday letters. Yes. And Eleanor confirmed this pattern. What if we were to suggest to Thornbury that given the confusion of this week's correspondence, it might be appropriate for him to deliver next week's letter in person, to reassure Eleanor face to face that all is well? And we could plant a similar seed with Eleanor, suggest that she might like to invite Thornbury to visit her garden, to see how the lilacs he helped her plant are flourishing. I considered this plan and found myself nodding slowly. It's not overly manipulative, and it would give them both an excuse to do what they might secretly wish to do anyway, but lack the courage to suggest. Yes, Holmes, I think it could work, but we would need to approach each of them separately, and soon, while the circumstances of this week's confusion are still fresh in mind. Then let us do so, Holmes said decisively. We shall return to Cheyne Walk now, it is not so far out of our way, and speak with Thornbury. Then perhaps tomorrow, or the day after, we can call again upon Eleanor with some pretext, returning her hospitality or following up to ensure she received the letter safely, and make our suggestion to her as well. The cab had brought us back across the river by now, and Holmes leaned forward to give the driver revised directions to Thornbury's address. As we made our way through the late afternoon traffic toward Chelsea, I found myself reflecting on this unexpected turn in Holmes's character. He had always been capable of kindness. I had seen it in his dealings with frightened clients, with victims of crime, with those whom the world had cast aside. But this proactive desire to improve the happiness of two elderly people he had met only that morning spoke to something deeper, something I suspected even Holmes himself might not fully recognize. Perhaps our years of friendship had softened him more than he knew, or perhaps encounters with death and loss had taught him to value human connection more than he once had. We found Thornbury in his front garden, tending the roses he had mentioned in his letter to Eleanor. He looked up in surprise as our cab drew to a halt, and his expression moved quickly from puzzlement to concern as we approached. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson," he said, straightening from his work and wiping his hands on a gardening cloth. "Is something wrong? Did Eleanor not receive the letter?" "She received it safe and sound, and sends her warmest regards," I hastened to assure him. "We come now on a somewhat different errand, or rather with a suggestion that we hope you will consider." We explained briefly about our visit to Eleanor, her relief at receiving his letter, and her concern for his well-being during the day she had waited without word from him. As we spoke, I saw Thornbury's expression shift from concern to a complex mixture of emotions: pleasure at knowing Eleanor cared so deeply, guilt at having worried her, and something else that I couldn't quite identify, but that looked remarkably like longing. "I hated to worry her," he said when we had finished. "She has enough burdens without adding concern for my welfare to them. I should perhaps have sent a telegram or some other form of immediate communication to explain the delay." "Or," Holmes suggested carefully, "you might consider delivering next week's letter in person. You mentioned that you worry about Eleanor's isolation, and she clearly worries about yours. Given the confusion of this week, would it not be natural, even expected, for you to call upon her to ensure that all is truly well between you, to reassure her with your presence, rather than merely with words on paper?" Thornbury looked at Holmes with an expression of such transparent hope and uncertainty that I felt my heart go out to him. "Do you think she would welcome such a visit? I would not want to impose—" "Mr. Thornbury," I interjected gently, drawing on my experience as a physician in reading patients' unspoken wishes. "I can assure you, based on our conversation with Miss Hartwell today, that she would be delighted to see you. She spoke of you with the deepest affection, and it was clear that your weekly correspondence, while treasured, is not sufficient to satisfy her desire for your companionship. She mentioned, for instance, that you helped her establish the lilac cuttings in her garden. When was the last time you saw how they have grown?" "Not for more than a year," Thornbury admitted. "We used to visit each other more frequently in the first years after Catherine's death, but gradually, I'm not sure how it happened, we fell into the pattern of letters only. It seemed simpler, perhaps, less emotionally demanding. But you're right. I would like to see those lilacs. I would like to see Eleanor herself, truth be told. I miss her company." "Then why not go to her?" Holmes asked simply. "Highgate is not so distant that it requires a major expedition. Take next Tuesday's letter to her in person. Stay for tea. Visit her garden. And if the visit goes well, as I suspect it will, perhaps you might consider making such visits more regular. There is no law that says friendship must be maintained only through correspondence when both parties live in the same city." Thornbury was quiet for a long moment, his gaze directed toward his own lilac bush, though I suspected he was seeing something far beyond it. Finally, he nodded slowly. "You are right, of course. I have been foolish. We have both been foolish, in allowing mere habit, and perhaps a misguided sense of not wishing to burden each other to keep us apart. Catherine would be disappointed in us, I think. She charged us to remain close, and we have honoured that charge in the most minimal way possible." "Then you will go to her?" I pressed. "I will," Thornbury said, and his voice carried new conviction. "Next Tuesday I shall deliver my letter in person, and I shall tell her that I wish to visit more often, that the letters, precious as they are not enough. At our age, Dr. Watson, we have not so much time left that we can afford to waste it in unnecessary separation." Holmes and I took our leave shortly thereafter, having accomplished what we came to do. As we finally made our way back toward Baker Street in the deepening evening, I felt a sense of satisfaction quite different from what I typically experienced at the conclusion of a case. We solved no crime, caught no criminals, and prevented no disasters. We had simply ensured that a letter reached its destination, and in doing so had perhaps facilitated a small but significant improvement in two people's lives. "Do you know, Watson," Holmes said as we neared home, "I believe I shall sleep rather well tonight." "As shall I agreed, though I confess I am curious to know how the meeting between Thornbury and Eleanor proceeds. Shall we follow up in a week or two, do you think?" "I think we must," Holmes replied with a slight smile. "After all, we have become invested in this story now. It would be unsatisfying not to know its conclusion." Mrs. Hudson had left us a cold supper, as promised, and we dined in comfortable silence in our sitting room as the last light faded from the sky. The mysterious envelope that had started this entire adventure still lay on the table where Holmes had left it that morning. Was it only that morning? It seemed we had lived an entire small lifetime in those intervening hours. After we had eaten, Holmes took up the envelope once more and held it to the lamplight, studying it with that intense focus he brought to all evidence, no matter how seemingly insignificant. "You know, Watson," he said thoughtfully, "this case has taught me something I had not previously fully appreciated. What is that? I asked, settling into my chair with my pipe. The extraordinary importance of small things. I have always known, intellectually, that great effects can proceed from small causes, that a letter left unposted can change the course of empires, that a chance remark can solve a seemingly impossible crime. But this, he gestured with the envelope, this has shown me that small things can be important, not because of what they lead to in terms of grand consequences, but because of what they mean in themselves. This envelope, this scent of lilacs, these weekly letters between two elderly people, none of it will change the world or be remembered by history. But it matters profoundly to Thornbury and Eleanor. It is, in fact, the very substance of their lives. I drew on my pipe and considered his words. I think you have discovered what most people never articulate, but somehow understand instinctively, that life is made up primarily of small moments, small gestures, small acts of connection. The great dramatic events are rare. It is the daily round of care and attention that sustains us. Yes, Holmes agreed quietly, and I wonder if, in my pursuit of the dramatic and the unusual, I have not sometimes missed the equal importance of the ordinary. You, Watson, with your medical practice and your attention to the daily concerns of your patients, you have always understood this better than I. I felt a rush of warmth at this unexpected compliment. We each have our strengths, Holmes. You see the patterns that others miss. I see the people within those patterns. Together, we manage rather well, I think. Indeed we do, he said, and the smile he gave me was one of genuine affection. Indeed we do, old friend. We sat in companionable silence as full darkness claimed the city beyond our windows. Somewhere in Cheyne Walk, Edmund Thornbury was perhaps planning his visit to Highgate, gathering his courage to step beyond the comfortable ritual of letters into the more demanding territory of actual presence. Somewhere in Highgate, Eleanor Hartwell was perhaps penning her Thursday reply, unaware that by next week the pattern of 5 years would be broken and renewed in a form more life-giving than mere paper and ink could ever be. And here, in our sitting room at 200.1b Baker Street, Holmes and I sat in the warm glow of lamplight, bound by our own form of devotion, a friendship that had survived danger, disappointment, and the simple wear of passing years. We did not write weekly letters to each other, but, perhaps, we did not need to. We had something different, equally valuable, the daily companionship of shared purpose and mutual respect. I looked at the envelope on the table, at that cream-coloured paper that had carried such an improbable cargo of meaning, and I thought about how the smallest things, a scent, a letter, a promise kept, could contain entire worlds of human experience. And I found myself grateful, not for the first time, for the work that brought such stories into our orbit, and for the friendship that allowed me to share them with someone who, despite his protestations of being merely a reasoning machine, understood them perhaps better than anyone. To small things, I said, raising my glass of whiskey in a toast. To small things, Holmes echoed, raising his own glass, and to the people who understand their importance. We drank, and the evening settled around us like a benediction. The days following our delivery of Thornbury's letter passed in their usual rhythm at Baker Street. Holmes received a few minor inquiries, a misplaced will, a suspected affair that proved to be entirely innocent, a case of commercial fraud so transparent that he solved it within an hour and referred the client directly to Scotland Yard. I attended to my medical practice, saw my regular patients, and dealt with the usual array of summer ailments: hay fever, mild sunstroke, the occasional injury from overzealous sporting activities. Life, in short, returned to its customary patterns. Yet, I found myself thinking about Thornbury and Eleanor with surprising frequency. During my rounds, when I encountered elderly patients living alone, I wondered about their connections, their rituals, their ways of keeping loneliness at bay. When I passed a flower seller's stall and caught the scent of late-blooming roses or early lavender, my mind would drift to that preserved lilac essence and all it represented. And in the evenings, sitting with Holmes in our familiar sitting room, I would sometimes catch myself studying the ways in which we, too, maintained our connection. Not through letters, certainly, but through the comfortable rhythms of shared space, shared silence, shared purpose. It was perhaps 4 or 5 days after our visit to Highgate that I found myself alone in our sitting room on a particularly warm afternoon. Holmes had gone out on some errand he had not specified, and I had returned from my morning calls to find the rooms empty and blessedly cool, all the windows open to catch whatever breeze might exist. I had intended to work on my notes for a story I was preparing, the affair of the Berkshire banker, which I mentioned earlier, but instead found myself distracted, my pen hovering over blank paper, my mind wandering down channels of reflection that seemed to have been opened by our gentle case of the misdirected letter. I found myself thinking, with unusual depth and focus, about the role of scent in human memory and experience. As a medical man, I had of course learned the anatomy of olfaction, the olfactory nerves, their connection to the brain, the physiological process by which we detect and interpret odours. But what I hadn't fully appreciated until our encounter with Thornbury's lilac-scented correspondence was the profound emotional power of smell, its unique capacity to transport us across time and space with an immediacy that no other sense could match. I set down my pen and allowed my mind to wander through my own catalogue of scented memories. They came to me not in chronological order, but in layers, each scent opening onto an entire landscape of associated experience and emotion. The smell of carbolic acid, that sharp, medicinal odour, instantly transported me to my medical school days, to the dissection rooms and surgical theatres where I had learned my craft. I could see with perfect clarity the faces of my professors, could feel the nervous excitement of my first surgical observation, could remember the peculiar mixture of fascination and revulsion I had felt when first confronted with the interior workings of the human body. Even now, decades later, that smell could evoke the person I had been then, young, ambitious, earnest, determined to master the healing arts. The smell of gunpowder and dust, of horses and leather, and the particular quality of heat in arid lands. These brought me immediately to Afghanistan, to my service in the 5th Northumberland Fusiliers, to the long marches under merciless sun and the sudden violence of ambush. That scent memory came with a physical component. I could feel even now, sitting in the cool safety of Baker Street, the phantom ache of my old shoulder wound, the weight of my service revolver, the peculiar alertness that combat demands. Those smells represented a defining chapter of my life, one that had shaped me in ways both obvious and subtle. The smell of ether and antiseptic, of illness and healing, of the particular mustiness that permeates old hospital wards. This was the scent of my professional life, of countless hours attending to patients, of victories won against disease, and defeats suffered despite my best efforts. Within that scent was embedded the entire arc of my medical career, with all its satisfactions and frustrations, its moments of profound connection with suffering humanity, and its necessary detachment required for effective treatment. And then there were the more personal scents, the ones that touched not my professional identity, but my private heart. The particular perfume Mary had worn, a light floral scent, jasmine primarily, that I had not encountered since her death, but that I knew would, if I ever smelled it again, reduce me to tears within moments. The smell of Mrs. Hudson's cooking, roast beef and Yorkshire pudding, the promise of comfort and home. The smell of Holmes's chemical experiments, which had become so familiar that I barely noticed them anymore, unless they were particularly noxious, yet which represented the essential atmosphere of my life at Baker Street. I rose from my chair and walked to the window, looking out at the street, below where London carried on its eternal business. A flower seller was passing, her basket laden with summer blooms, and even from this height I could catch a hint of their perfume. And I found myself thinking about Thornbury and his lilacs, about how he had found, in that particular scent, a way to keep Catherine present, to maintain a connection across the unbridgeable gulf of death. There was wisdom in that, I thought. Not morbidity, not an unhealthy clinging to the past, but a recognition of an essential truth about human consciousness, that we are, in large measure, made up of our memories, and that sensory experience provides the keys to those memories. By preserving the scent of Catherine's favourite flowers, by incorporating that scent into his ongoing correspondence with Eleanor, Thornbury wasn't denying death or refusing to move forward. He was simply acknowledging that the dead remain part of us, that love does not end merely because life does, and that there are ways to honour memories that enrich rather than impoverish our present existence. I thought about my own late wife Mary, and about how I had handled, or perhaps mishandled, the preservation of her memory. I had kept photographs, certainly, and a few of her possessions, her hairbrush, a book of poetry she had particularly loved, and her wedding ring, which I kept in a small box in my bureau. But I had not, I realized, found any equivalent to Thornbury's lilac ritual, no sensory anchor that could bring her back to me with the immediacy and warmth that scent seemed to provide. Perhaps it was not too late to do so. Perhaps I might seek out the jasmine perfume she had worn, keep a small vial of it, and occasionally, not obsessively, but when the need arose, allow myself to breathe in that scent and remember. Remember her laugh, her kindness, her steady presence during our too brief marriage. Remember the happiness we had shared and the sorrow of losing her. Remember and honour that remembering, rather than trying to seal it away as though grief were something to be gotten over rather than carried with grace. My medical training has taught me to understand grief as a process with stages: denial, anger, bargaining, depression, acceptance. And while there was truth in that framework, I was beginning to think it was also somewhat misleading. Grief was not something one moved through and then left behind, like passing through a series of rooms and finally emerging into open air. Grief was something one learned to carry, learned to integrate into the ongoing business of living. And perhaps, I thought, scent could be a tool in that integration, a way of allowing the past to touch the present without overwhelming it, a way of keeping connection alive without being paralyzed by loss. I heard Holmes's familiar tread upon the stairs, and turned from the window as he entered the room. He carried a small parcel wrapped in brown paper, which he set upon the table before removing his hat and gloves. "Ah, Watson," he said, noting my presence. "I trust your day has been productive." "Contemplative more than productive," I admitted. "I have been thinking about our case of the lilac letter and about the role of scent in human memory. It has opened some interesting avenues of reflection." Holmes looked at me with that keen attention he always paid when I spoke of matters beyond the purely practical. "Indeed. Do share your thoughts. I find I am quite interested in your perspective on this." I settled back into my chair and attempted to articulate the meditation that had occupied me for the past hour. Holmes listened without interruption, his fingers steepled beneath his chin, his grey eyes fixed on my face with complete focus. When I had finished, he was quiet for a long moment before responding. "You know, Watson," he said at length, "what you describe is scientifically sound, though you approach it from an emotional rather than a purely physiological standpoint. The olfactory system has a unique and direct connection to the limbic system, the portion of the brain responsible for emotion and memory. Unlike our other senses, which are processed through the thalamus before reaching the areas of conscious interpretation, smell has an immediate pathway to the amygdala and hippocampus. This is why scent memories have such power. They bypass our rational, interpretive faculties and strike directly at the emotional core." "I had not known that," I said, fascinated, "though it explains much about the experience." "Indeed," Holmes continued, warming to his subject. "And what is particularly interesting from an investigative standpoint is that scent memories are extraordinarily persistent and accurate. People may misremember faces, may confuse the details of events, may alter their recollections to fit subsequent narratives. But scent memories remain largely unaltered. The smell of your grandmother's kitchen will evoke the same response at 70 as it did at 7. This makes scent both a powerful tool for investigation and a profound element of human experience." "Yet you approach it differently than I do," I observed. "You use scent as evidence, to identify tobacco types, to determine where someone has been, to detect poisons or chemicals. I experience it as emotion, as memory." "Two sides of the same coin," Holmes said. "I analyze what you experience. You feel what I measure, and both approaches have their value. But I confess, Watson, that our recent case has made me more aware of the experiential dimension of scent in ways I had previously overlooked. I have always known intellectually that people form emotional attachments to particular smells. I had not fully appreciated the degree to which those attachments could shape behavior and maintain connections across time." He paused, then added with a slight smile, "In fact, that is what I have been doing this afternoon, conducting a small experiment related to our case." He gestured to the parcel on the table. "I visited Penrose's establishment again and commissioned a preparation similar to Thornbury's lilac essence, though using a different flower. I was curious about the process, about how one might go about creating such a scent anchor deliberately rather than simply allowing it to develop naturally through association. I looked at the parcel with interest. "What scent did you choose?" "Honeysuckle," he replied. "It grows wild in the countryside where I spent portions of my childhood, and I retain a strong positive association with it. Summer evenings, freedom from the constraints of formal education, hours spent in observation of the natural world. I thought I might experiment with creating a deliberate scent memory, to see whether the effect could be reproduced through conscious intention rather than merely through natural association. I found myself smiling at this revelation. Holmes, you continue to surprise me. I would not have thought you sentimental enough for such an experiment. Perhaps I am learning, he said, with a touch of self-deprecation. Or perhaps I am simply becoming aware that what I dismissed as sentiment is actually a sophisticated form of neural architecture worthy of attention and respect. In any case, I thought it worth exploring. We shall see whether deliberate scent preservation holds the same power as the kind that develops organically. We sat in companionable silence for a time, each lost in our own thoughts. The afternoon was advancing toward evening, and the quality of light in the room was beginning to shift, taking on that warm golden cast that precedes sunset. From the street below came the familiar sounds of London, the clop of horses' hooves, the call of vendors, the rumble of carriages, the distant sound of a barrel organ playing a popular melody. "Do you think they have met yet?" I asked suddenly. "Thornbury and Eleanor, I mean. Today is Tuesday. This would be the day he planned to deliver his letter in person." Holmes consulted his pocket watch. If he kept to his usual schedule, he would have posted, or rather, delivered, his letter this morning. He is likely with her now, or has been recently. I confess I am curious to know how the meeting proceeded. "Should we call upon them?" I suggested. "We might use the pretext of following up on the case, ensuring that no further confusion has occurred with the correspondence." "A transparent excuse," Holmes said, "but perhaps a forgivable one. Yes, I think we should. Shall we say tomorrow afternoon? That would give them time to adjust to renewed in-person contact without our immediate interference, yet would still allow us to gauge the success of shall we call it our intervention?" "Let us call it our facilitation," I corrected gently. "We did not impose anything upon them. We merely suggested possibilities they were free to accept or decline." "Facilitation, then," Holmes agreed. "And yes, tomorrow afternoon we shall follow up on our facilitation and determine whether we have, in fact, improved their situations or merely complicated them. I think you know as well as I do that we have improved them," I said with confidence. "Those two were lonely and isolated by habit and perhaps by fear of imposing upon each other. We gave them permission to break that pattern. I would wager anything that Thornbury's visit has gone splendidly, and that they are, even now, wondering why they waited so long to move beyond mere correspondence to actual companionship." "I hope you are right," Holmes said, "though I have learned over the years that human behavior is not always as predictable as we might wish. Still, the odds seem favorable." He rose and collected the parcel from the table. "I shall conduct my honeysuckle experiment in my room, I think. The process of opening and experiencing the scent seems to require privacy. One doesn't wish to be observed when engaging in what is essentially an emotional exercise." I watched him leave the room, parcel in hand, and felt a rush of affection for my complicated friend. He would never admit to sentiment, would always frame his emotional explorations in terms of experiment and analysis. But beneath the scientific justification was a genuine curiosity about human experience, about the ways in which we create meaning and maintain connection in a world that constantly threatens to fragment and isolate us. I returned to my own contemplation, allowing my mind to drift through memories both painful and pleasant, all of them anchored in some way to particular scents. the smell of rain on summer pavement, which always brought a sense of freshness and possibility, the smell of old books, which spoke of knowledge and the accumulated wisdom of ages, the smell of tobacco smoke, both my own pipe and Holmes's various experiments, had become so associated with our sitting room that I could not imagine the space without it. And yes, the phantom smell of jasmine, which I would seek out now, which I would allow myself to experience not as a wound to be avoided, but as a connection to be honoured. Mary was gone, but she had been real, had been loved, had been part of the story of my life. And if scent could keep her present in some small way, not as a haunting, but as a benediction, then that was a gift worth accepting. Outside, the evening was settling over London, bringing its cooler air and its softer light. Tomorrow we would visit Thornbury and Eleanor and learn the outcome of our gentle intervention. But tonight I would sit with my memories and my reflections, and I would be grateful for the mysterious letter that had taught both of us, really, so much about the architecture of memory and the enduring nature of love. The scent of lilacs, I thought, had opened more doors than merely those of a simple investigation. It had opened doors in my own heart, had reminded me that grief and love are not opposites, but companions, and that the past need not be sealed away, but can be carried with grace into the present. That was a lesson worth learning, and I was grateful to have learned it in the company of two elderly people, whose quiet devotion to each other and to a shared memory had illuminated something essential about what it means to be human. The following afternoon found Holmes and me once again travelling across London, this time toward Highgate. We had agreed that Eleanor's residence, with its lilac garden, seemed the more likely location for Thornbury's visit, and thus the appropriate place for us to make our follow-up call. The weather had broken slightly overnight, not into rain, but into a softer, cooler version of the persistent summer warmth we had been experiencing. Clouds moved across the sky in stately procession, and the air had that particular freshness that comes when the temperature moderates after days of heat. As our cab climbed the familiar roads toward Highgate, I found myself uncharacteristically nervous about what we might discover. Had Thornbury kept his resolve and visited Eleanor in person? Had the meeting gone well? Or had years of separation and the safety of written correspondence made actual proximity awkward and uncomfortable? I had been so confident when speaking to Holmes the previous evening, but now, approaching the moment of discovery, I felt less certain. Holmes, as though reading my thoughts, said quietly, "Whatever we find, Watson, we have done no harm. At worst, we encourage two people to attempt something they were not yet ready for, in which case they will simply return to their previous pattern of correspondence. At best, we have facilitated a deepening of connection that will enrich both their lives. There is no scenario in which our intervention causes genuine damage." "I know you're right," I replied, "yet I find myself hoping very much that it has gone well. They both seemed so lonely, Holmes, despite their faithful correspondence. I want better for them than mere letters." "As do I," Holmes agreed, and the simplicity of his admission warmed me. We arrived at Eleanor's cottage to find the front garden more vibrant than on our previous visit. The lilacs, though past their peak, still bore some blooms, and other summer flowers had been recently tended. Someone had been working in the beds, deadheading spent blossoms and clearing away weeds. The house itself seemed somehow more alive, though I could not immediately identify what gave me that impression. Holmes knocked upon the blue-painted door, and we waited. I heard voices from within, a man's and a woman's, speaking in tones too low to distinguish words, but carrying notes of warmth and even amusement. Then footsteps approached, and the door opened to reveal Eleanor Hartwell, her face transformed by a smile so genuine and unguarded that it took years from her appearance. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson," she exclaimed with evident pleasure. "What a delightful surprise! Please, do come in. Edmund and I were just having tea in the garden. You must join us." She stood aside to let us enter, and I noted immediately how different she seemed from our previous visit. There was a lightness to her bearing, an animation in her expression that had been absent before. The worry and tension that had marked her features when we first arrived with Thornbury's letter had been replaced by something approaching contentment. She led us through the house. I glimpsed the sitting room we had occupied before, now bearing additional signs of recent occupation, including a man's hat resting on the side table, and out through the French windows into the back garden. And there, seated at a small iron table beneath the spreading branches of a lilac tree, was Edmund Thornbury, a teacup in his hand and an expression on his face that matched Eleanor's for sheer, peaceful happiness. He rose as we appeared, moving with more energy than I had seen in him during our previous encounter. "Gentlemen," he said warmly, "how good of you to call. Eleanor and I were just speaking of you, wondering whether we would have the opportunity to thank you properly for your intervention in our small crisis." "Crisis seems rather too strong a word," Holmes said as we settled into the additional chairs Eleanor brought from inside. "A temporary confusion, nothing more." "Perhaps," Eleanor said, returning with fresh cups and pouring tea for us with practiced ease, "but a confusion that led to a most beneficial result. Edmund delivered his letter in person on Tuesday, as you suggested he might, Mr. Holmes. And we have discovered—" She glanced at Thornbury with a look of such warmth that I felt like an intruder upon something private. "We have discovered that we have been quite foolish in limiting ourselves to mere correspondence, when actual company is so much more satisfying." "Indeed," Thornbury agreed, accepting his refilled cup from Eleanor with a small nod of thanks that spoke of comfortable familiarity. "I cannot imagine now why we allowed ourselves to drift into such separation. Fear of imposing, I suppose, combined with the simple inertia of established habits. But your suggestion, gentlemen, gave me the courage to break that pattern, and I am profoundly grateful." "And what have you decided?" I asked, sipping the excellent tea Eleanor had poured. "Will you continue to visit in person?" "We have made a plan," Eleanor said, and there was something almost girlish in her pleasure at announcing it. "Edmund will visit me here every Tuesday and Thursday. Tuesday to deliver his letter in person, and Thursday to receive mine. And I shall visit him in Chelsea on Saturdays to help with his garden and to share supper. We have also agreed to attend concerts together when interesting programs are available, and to take walks along the Thames path when weather permits. In short," Thornbury added with a smile, "we have remembered that we are family to each other, and families need not limit themselves to weekly correspondence. Catherine would be pleased, I think. She always said that Eleanor and I relied too much on her as the bridge between us, and that we should learn to be friends in our own right, not merely through her mediation." "She was right," Eleanor said softly. "She usually was. And now, finally, we are honouring that wisdom." We sat together in the dappled shade of the lilac tree, drinking tea and talking of inconsequential things: the garden, the weather, the state of London's parks in summer. But beneath the surface pleasantries, I felt the presence of something deeper, a rekindled connection, a renewed sense of purpose, a mutual companionship that would make the remainder of their years richer and less lonely. After perhaps half an hour, Holmes and I took our leave, sensing that our presence, welcome though it might be, was not truly necessary to their happiness. They walked us to the front door together, and I noticed how naturally they moved in tandem, how their conversation flowed with the ease of long familiarity renewed. "Thank you," Thornbury said as we stood in the doorway, preparing to depart. "Thank you for caring enough about two elderly people you did not know to ensure that a simple letter reached its destination. You could not have known what would result from that kindness, but the result has been more valuable than I can adequately express." "The pleasure," Holmes said with genuine warmth, "has been entirely ours. It is not often that our work results in such unambiguous happiness." As our cab carried us back toward Baker Street, I found myself smiling, unable to contain the satisfaction I felt at what we had witnessed. "Well," I said to Holmes, "I believe we can count that as a successful outcome." "Indeed," he agreed, "though I suspect the success had less to do with our intervention than with their own readiness to change. We merely provided the catalyst. The reaction itself was inherent in their circumstances." "Ever the scientist," I said with affectionate mockery. "Can you not simply accept that we did a good thing and that people are happier because of it?" "I can accept that," Holmes said, and his smile was genuine. "I do accept it, Watson, and I am glad we became involved, glad that a misdirected letter found its way to our door, and glad that we took the time to unravel its mystery rather than simply discarding it as irrelevant to our usual work." We rode in silence for a time, and I found my thoughts returning to the themes that had occupied me the previous day: memory, loss, connection, and the various ways in which we keep love alive across time and despite death. Thornbury and Eleanor had found their way through grief to renewed companionship. They had honoured Catherine's memory not by remaining frozen in the past, but by allowing that memory to enrich their present. They had kept the scent of lilacs alive, yes, but they had also kept alive the love that those lilacs represented, and had learned to share that love with each other in ways that transcended mere weekly correspondence. "Holmes," I said as we neared Baker Street, "I have been thinking about what this case has taught me. About memory, about scent, about the ways we maintain connection to those we have loved and lost. And I wonder if perhaps I should write this one up after all, despite its lack of criminal elements or dramatic revelations." Holmes looked at me with interest. "I confess I had assumed you would not, given that there is no mystery to speak of in the traditional sense. But I think you should, Watson. I think there is value in recording not only our dramatic cases, but also our gentle ones. People need to know that human kindness and connection matter as much as, perhaps more than, the solving of crimes and the catching of criminals." "Then I shall write it," I said decisively. "I shall call it The Adventure of the Scented Letter, or something similar. And I shall try to capture not only the events, but also the deeper themes, the importance of small rituals, the power of sensory memory, the courage required to maintain connection in the face of loss." "I think," Holmes said quietly, "that it may be one of your most important stories, Watson, precisely because it is one of your quietest. We returned to our sitting room to find Mrs. Hudson had left the Evening Post on the table. Among the letters was one, addressed in an unfamiliar hand, bearing a Highgate postmark. Holmes opened it and read, then passed it to me with a slight smile. It was from Eleanor, written in an elegant script, thanking us once again for our assistance and inviting us to visit whenever we might wish. She concluded by noting that the lilacs were fading now as summer advanced, but that their scent lingered in the garden and in the house, a constant reminder of love's endurance. I set down the letter and looked around our familiar sitting room, at the chemistry apparatus on the side table, at the violin resting in its case, at the Persian slipper, where Holmes kept his tobacco, at all the accumulated debris of our shared life. And I thought about how this space, too, had its scents, pipe smoke and chemicals, old books and Mrs. Hudson's cooking, the particular mustiness of aged furnishings, and the fresher smell of flowers she sometimes placed on the mantel. These were the scents that would forever mean home to me, that would forever be associated with friendship and purpose, and the quiet satisfaction of work well done. And when I was older, I should say, and perhaps when Holmes was gone, and these rooms held only memories, I knew that these scents would bring him back to me, would make present again the conversations we had shared, the cases we had solved, the companionable silences we had enjoyed. Love takes many forms, I thought. Romantic love, familial love, the love between friends who have weathered years together. And all of it can be preserved, maintained, kept alive through small acts of attention and care, through letters written faithfully each week, through gardens tended in another's memory, through scents preserved past their season, through the simple choice to remain present to each other, to not allow habit or fear or the mere passage of time to erode the connections that make life worth living. The evening was settling over London now, bringing its familiar sounds and smells. Somewhere in Chelsea and Highgate, two elderly people were perhaps sitting down to their solitary suppers, but they were no longer quite so alone, knowing that Tuesday and Thursday and Saturday would bring company, conversation, and the renewal of bonds that death had tested but not broken. And here in Baker Street, Holmes and I sat in our respective chairs, comfortable in our silence, grateful for our friendship, and somehow enriched by our encounter with Thornbury and Eleanor's quiet devotion. The scent of the forgotten letter had led us on a strange journey, not through London's criminal underworld, but through the gentler territory of human hearts learning to remain open despite loss. It was, I reflected, as I prepared to retire for the evening, perhaps the most important journey we had ever made. And I was grateful for the misdirected envelope, grateful for Holmes's curiosity about a simple scent, grateful for the reminder that small things matter, that love endures, and that sometimes the greatest mysteries are not those we solve, but those we learn to honor. The scent of lilacs would forever mean something different to me now. It would mean memory maintained with grace. It would mean a connection chosen deliberately. It would mean love persisting beyond death and finding new expressions in life. And that, I thought, was a lesson worth learning and a story worth telling.